morning, my friends. Shit, hold on, dog. It was like a little schmutz on my new Boston drip, dog. Can't have that. People, it's great to see you. Good morning. Happy to be here. Happy to hang out with you guys. Stoked, actually. As well as I have some amazing news for you guys. I don't know if you've heard, okay? It's not the same fucking shoe, okay? It's a different shoe. You understand me? It's a different shoe. Anyway, let's log in and see. All right. So we're ready to go. Whenever court is ready to go. But it's a different shoe. Okay? It's not the same shoe. I'm trying to tell y'all. So yesterday we heard Jessica Hyde's testimony. Jessica Hyde's testimony, absolute garbage, full of shit. Alessi destroyed her and Cross because everything that she reported was inconsistent. She has no consistent reports on Jennifer McCabe's phone, on John O'Keefe's phone. No, nothing consistent. Nothing consistent with Ian Whiffen's findings, yet the prosecution uses them both as experts. But the looming question that I went over yesterday, the looming question that I have is that, Clever, can you not do that, please? Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. The looming question that I have is, why are we supposed to think that why is there nobody else who's coming in to give their expert testimony? Why is there no other? Sorry, my brain isn't working yet because I haven't woken up, but why has there been no more forensic data experts that have stepped forward to try to save the name, the reputation, and help possibly avoid railroading the wrong person? Because if Jennifer McCabe is this innocent soccer mom and she didn't Google Hasselong to die in cold at 2:27 a.m., why is there no other expert stepping up to prove this for her? Why is nobody stepping up in the name of truth and justice? And my theory on that is simple. They know that there's not any truth or justice to be found in making up some bullshit about Jennifer McCabe being not doing that 2:27 a.m. search. We know that she did the 2:27 a.m. search. Any fucking expert that has ever relied on Celebrite and the other tools that Richard Green used to determine that Jennifer McCabe made the 2:27 a.m. search and it was deleted. The only search deleted out of like 4,500 searches. That's really interesting. Where's everybody coming to White Knight for Jennifer McCabe if she's so innocent? That's what I want to know. Because she's just an innocent soccer mom, right? Her name is being tarnished, right? She's being the court of public opinion there's a lynch mob mentality on Jennifer McCabe, right? Okay, well, if this is the case, then where are all the credible forensic data experts willing to just testify and out of the goodness of their heart and doing the right thing, who have done this for law enforcement so many times in the past? Where are they? Why can't the prosecution find them and get them to testify? Why do they have to pay Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen to testify? You got to use your eyes, people. Is this paused? Oh, yeah, it is. All right, let me refresh it. Liz gifted a membership. Thank you so much. We love you, Liz. Now, I don't even know what to expect of today, if I'm being completely honest. I have no idea who's going to testify. I don't have any idea who the prosecution is going to call here. I'm hearing rumors, or at least I have a feeling, maybe based on some tweets that I saw, that maybe Bukaki's going to testify today, but I don't know. I would love to hear Bukaki's testimony because I can't wait for his cross. I can't wait for that. Yeah, that's again. Yeah. Bukaki. Yeah. Is it Bukaki? Everybody's in agreement. Everybody's hearing the same rumors I'm hearing. So yeah, and I hear Aiden Turtle Boy is out there in the buffer zone, in the buffer with everybody out there hanging out. Big shout out to everybody out there listening that's hanging out in the buffer zone. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. You guys are great. Thank you for what you're doing. Yeah, I can't wait for Higgy, bro. Like I'm all stoked about Higgy. I'm stoked about hearing Higgy testify. I'm stoked about hearing Higgy get crossed. I'm not thrilled because I gotta be honest, man. Those text messages are cringe as fuck. As a man, dude, like as a man, I have a hard time listening to that. I have almost as hard a time listening to those texts as I do listening to the texts between Proctor and his coworkers about Karen for different reasons. For different reasons. Like I cringe just as hard. It's crazy. Like hearing Higgy, no game Higgy, crash and burn, like time after time while he's texting with Karen is just as cringe to me for different reasons as hearing Proctor degrade her the way that he did. It's crazy. And like it's coming from a different place. Like it's coming from being a man, dude. Like I can't for real, like when when you hear when you hear when you hear Higgy talk like that, man, like it's really bad, dude, because you're just like, fuck, dude. You can't do better than that for for game. You can't like articulate. All right. I hear chatter, but there are people in the courtroom. I guess they're about ready to go. Looks like they'll be starting on time today. Bro, that shit was hilarious. Like, he didn't want to admit that he wanted a relationship because it was like, yeah, immediately Karen's just thinking, man, like I'm just you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to have fun, dude. I don't have kids. And this dude is like, well, I want a relationship with you. I want to I want to be together with you in a relationship, and I want to hold hands, and I want to sniff flowers with you. I want to take walks and sniff flowers and oh my God, Higgy, dog. Killing me, homie. I want the real deal. I want the whole shebang. It's just fucking so funny, dude. Like, he's a sensitive guy. He's sensitive, bro. He probably listens to The Cure like me. I listen to The Cure. Go on, walk away. It's just sitting there fucking drinking Jameson and ginger. He's drinking his Jameson and ginger, just fucking rocking out. Robert Smith crying. Yesterday I felt so low. I know tonight good night.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the
We the people. Thank you, just waiting for Mary. Wow. Yeah, thank you so much.
Within and for the county of Norfolk.
Here we go.
Right here, give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
It happens. What's up, LV Cops?
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left?
Shut up, Bev.
Everyone said no.
Because I think we got to see.
Oh,
Here we go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not playing the whole song. Thank you so much, Mike B from the 413. Bukaki's coming up. Yuri Buchanan.
Boo, you suck.
For real, dude. You're fucking awful, homie. You are awful.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy's such a piece of shit.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back.
I'm a lapdog for Michael Marcy.
State Police Trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public
You
school?
see what Brennan's doing here, right?
Through
you see
high
what
school?
Brennan's doing here?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After
He's
high
trying
school,
to play to the people
I
who
enlisted in the United
sympathize
States
with the
Marine Corps.
Ukraine
Why'd you enlist in the Marine
on
Corps?
the jury.
it was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Oh, we got us a
Through
regular Jack
your
Reacher
military
here,
service,
folks.
Did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance. And as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type
Shut up.
situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When were you discharged from the Marines? What year?
Dude.
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police.
God.
How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenagers.
But lately, I've taken a deep dive into rubber duckies and the leaving of rubber duckies, the marking of rubber duckies, and rubber duckies being referenced to, written about. I talk about rubber duckies and more rubber duckies.
In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When
Right,
you
because you
walk into a call,
because you rule them
do you have a
suicides
preconceived notion
when
whether
they're
it's a
homicides.
homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned?
I
to the
needed
group as
a
whole, or
rubber
is a
ducky
particular
specialist team
trooper in the unit?
to
We
investigate
have
the rubber
case
duckies.
officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging.
Wow.
They respond, and then if they need assistance
Wow.
or they think that there's something
Why
more,
would he use that example
additional
so
resources are called out
flippantly?
by crime scene services, which
Specifically.
helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes, typically we partner up with the local police detectives, and when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous
you can't play grab ass
line of
by
work,
yourself.
and
That's why.
people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to.
Okay, yeah, shut up, man. You heard that shit, like when he said he used a suicide by hanging, like all specific to try to like justify to try to subtly justify the investigation into Sandra Birchmore. Like really, really lame. It was really pathetic what he just did there.
Because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes, every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police
I
Department,
still can't even hear that.
were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff.
But it was so important to investigate rubber duckies, right?
That issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing's always an issue. And you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent?
I can't with
given
this
there
guy.
was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton
Treacherous.
Center basically to Good Sam, which should
Treacherous.
be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital, and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or
We were
actually
still
see Mr.
assessing
O'Keefe?
all the
Yes, I
facts.
did.
No, you
Had he
weren't.
passed
Shut
at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what
up. We
do you
were
see?
still setting her up.
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I
His clothing.
observed
That wasn't logged into evidence for 3
several
weeks.
injuries on him.
from that
Once
moment.
I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by crime scene services member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the crime scene services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very, very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking
Wow.
at Mr. O'Keefe,
This guy.
do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we are
He said
tasting
bruising
it.
on the arm.
That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves.
He said
at times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me.
Yeah, it's very significant to me too, asshole.
Caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
I wonder if Karen remembers whether or not he was wearing socks.
Our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries. And
What's up, Kurt?
I was suspecting that he was hit out of his.
And Kurt from One Civil Law has a interview with Aiden coming up. I don't know, tomorrow, right? Tomorrow night, I think 6 or 8 p.m. Eastern. 8 p.m. Eastern, if I remember. I saw it this morning. But right on, man. Good to see you, Kurt.
I did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Oh, it's tonight.
Or
Sorry.
where he was initially struck by.
Tonight at 8 p.m. on Civil Law, we'll have Turtle Boy on at 8 p.m. Eastern.
To that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that
Thank you,
evidence from
Irene.
being
That's good to know.
destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions, and with the resources available at that time, I conference with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Sustained.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
This is where the lies.
Question wasn't answered, so.
Bro, I was in the courtroom during this guy's testimony.
Did you know where
Correct and cross.
Miss Reed was at that point?
I'll tell
Yes,
you all
we had
about
learned
it.
that she
when
traveled to
go
her
to break.
parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to
say
the
his
address, did you
name.
make any immediate observations while you were still inside the
Say
truck?
Barrow's name.
Yes, the
only
road was
honest
not
cop in this
well
whole thing.
plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from
Barrows,
the SUV were you
Matthew.
when you first parked at that address?
Probably it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate
He's
it'd
a
be
Dighton
60
cop,
feet
right,
or
Officer
so.
Barrows?
Did you make any observations
right?
of the SUV from that
I
distance?
still get my cities confused.
It was covered
Yeah.
with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael,
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
Here come the
at
lies.
its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from
You're a
the
lying
vehicle.
piece of shit.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he
A
did.
very,
What did you do?
very
What did you see?
different observation than Officer
Uh,
Barrows, the Dighton
I just saw
cop.
the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Why didn't you take a picture
Did
of
you
it?
see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored
totally
metal buttons on it.
I know for a fact he's lying, and I'll
When
tell you
you
all about it during the
Walked
break.
in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah. So this dude is straight up lying. So I was in the courtroom the last trial during his direct and during his cross. I was sitting next to Janet Reed, Karen Reed's mom. Okay. And it was a privilege because this is the one time that there was testimony besides Proctor's testimony. I don't even think they really talked about it then. Where they were discussing Janet and Bill Reed, and when they went to Karen Reed's house to tow her car. Now, Janet Reed would, when this guy would tell a lie, would put her hand on my leg and go, you know, like that this guy lied about everything. Now, from what I understand, they were not sitting on the couch. Karen was kind of laying on the couch, sitting up kind of with a blanket and on her laptop, as I understand it. And yeah, Liz. Yeah. Like, because she was reacting, man. Like, this guy was fucking lying straight up about shit that Janet and Bill were there. You know what I'm saying? So I happen to be sitting next to Janet while she reacts or refrains from reacting, really. At least not obviously, but she was definitely reacting to the fact that this man was sitting up there fucking lying. 100%. And here he is talking about how there's this huge piece of taillight missing out of the well of the taillight of her Lexus SUV, but he doesn't take any pictures of it, right? And we have the Dighton officer, Officer Barros, who testified in the last trial and made it a point during direct examination when Lally was questioning him, made it a point to say that there was a small crack. He offered that information. He didn't even, he wasn't even asked that specifically. He offered it up because he knew that what was going on here was absolute bullshit. He knew. He was there. This is a guy that was like, nah, I was there, dude. There was no huge piece of taillight missing off of that back of that, out of the back of that SUV. Get real. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's frustrating to sit up there and listen to this. Like, having gotten to know the Reed family over this past year, like it's really, really infuriating to see cops sit up there under oath and lie. You know, like it's infuriating. It really makes you mad. It really does. It's just like I can't wait to see them get justice. Seriously. I hope so bad that just indictments just come raining down on these people. Like, it's wild, man, because I see this stuff on like X, man, and I see like these horrible memes that are made about Bill and Janet, and I'm just like, dude, that's awful. Like, because even still, man, like when even when you have a case where the defendant is guilty, you know, most of the time the parents, they're still innocent bystanders. You're like, there's no reason, they're victims too. You know what I mean? But I mean, how are these people in anyone's eyes villains when All they're doing is standing by their daughter and following the evidence. They're going, I mean, now they would stand by their daughter either way, guaranteed. But I've made this point many, many times. One of the biggest takeaways that I get from my observations of seeing how Bill and Janet are with their kids is I get every impression in the world that if Karen had actually struck John with her car, they raised her to take accountability for it, and they'll deal with it and they'll stand by
All
her.
right,
And
so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give a
asking for one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes.
Why do you
All
think
right.
she
So,
kept saying,
folks, you're about to hear
I
testimony
hit him?
regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be
Oh, right on,
considered
Brett
by you
Hopkins.
as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor.
This dude's about to
Can you
spew out a
share
whole
with
bunch
us
of lies.
the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had. that he had been displaying and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
Without the commentary.
Mhm.
After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
she stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants
Thank you,
on the
Buttercup.
scene that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No,
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall.
Blah, blah,
seeing
blah,
them.
Lukac,
Before
thank you,
the
Johnny O.
vehicle was moved during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection. May we approach Rico?
Okay.
Bro, this asshole put double the effort into investigating rubber duckies, bro. Yeah, this guy's just fucking lying, dude. Dude, the circle of shitbag cops, dude. Like, this guy is like, if it's down to a trifecta, like 3. Now there's more than 3, but if it's down to like the top 3 shitbag cops, the trifecta of shitbag cops, it's Buchanan, Tully, and Proctor when it comes to this investigation. I can't wait till this guy is cross-examined. Like, this guy, I was in the courtroom. We're going to talk all about that during the break. But I was in the courtroom when this guy was testifying and during his cross. And it was quite an experience. It was my first experience in a courtroom, first of all. Literally my first experience in a courtroom. And I got to sit next to Janet Reed the whole time. And it was fucking like really intense to like experience that from that perspective.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back
Thank
of the
you,
flatbed,
Decline.
did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton
Bro,
Police Department.
Brennan
Where was Mr.
literally looks like
In my
he's
front
in the
passenger
first
seat.
stages of turning into a
During
wereweasel.
that time, had you made arrangements, or did you receive any information about other members of the
He
team
literally looks like that.
engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other
He does.
members
He looks like
arrived or began to
the full
arrive
moon just hit,
at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
and he's like, it's the first fucking like phase of it.
You begin your travels
His
at
nails are starting to grow
4:15
and shit.
p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the
Welcome to
heated
Logic,
Sally
Donna.
Port.
Thank you.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look
Not
at
a
the vehicle at
werewolf,
some
a
point?
wereweasel.
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital
Wi-Fi zone.
forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dayton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle
Wow.
to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No,
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
no,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
no, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, sir.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us
good
to
question,
use as
Alphonse. I don't know.
a meeting.
I'm curious about that
location.
myself.
The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the search team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the search team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record
For real.
certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Dude, this guy is a bona fide shitbag, bro. Like, I can't stand this motherfucker.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX.
Bro, I hate Brennan's face,
year model
bro.
2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Try and move this document into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Dude, wait till Jackson gets a hold of this asshole, dude. Like, I can't fucking wait for that shit.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox
Gretchen Voss.
25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022,
Oh my God.
at the hospital,
Jackie,
you obtained
look
some
at
items.
her butt.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe,
Yes, sir.
and you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought him to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you please.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Micah Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Is it 85?
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury?
Fuck it. I think this shit's strong as fuck. All right, here we go. Here we go. Show the bottom, asshole.
Trooper, is
Show
that
the bottom.
sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
Show the bottom. Show the bottom. Show the bottom.
What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Bro. Your Honor, thanks to the Glarer YouTuber, we've discovered that the shoe shown in the picture that they've logged into evidence as being the same shoe is not the same shoe as the one being shown here in court, Your Honor. Fuck yeah, bro. Sorry, guys. Like, I'm making my coffee. I'm doing coffee all day, bro. Got my, look at this shit. Tactic Squash. Look at that. Tactic Squash, Black Rifle Coffee Company. I've never tried this stuff yet, but it sure caught my eye. What's Annie saying? Hold on. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. Shit's about to go down, bro. It's not the same shoe. Shit's about to go down, homie. Okay? What you doing, baby boy? Huh? What you doing, Papa? Come here. You want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. Up, 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 up. Come on. Mwah. Say hi. Say hi to everybody. I love you, buddy. You're being such a good boy. Dude, we need the defense to validate my shit. Okay? It's not the same shoe. All right? It's not the same shoe. Right, Clubber? It's not the same shoe. Me and Clubber stand by that shit. It ain't the same shoe, dog. I wish I knew what was happening right now, though. Because this cross is going to get crazy. Let me tell you. AJ's cross is going to be a panty dropper for the ladies. All right? That's going to happen. Yeah, I don't know about. They haven't brought up the hat, have they? Very strange. Here we go.
Jurors will take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there.
All right.
So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everyone.
Half an hour.
Right at the end is able to-
So it's going to be a half-hour recess.
Smoothly, these things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Yeah, Clubber is actually about 2 years old now. I've had him for a little over a year, but he's about 2 years old now. He's about 2 years old, and he weighs. I just took him to the vet not too long ago, and when they weighed him, he was 57.5 pounds.
Just let me know and I'll come right back up.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Thanks, JFK. Turbulence in the chat. Y'all make sure to subscribe to JFK Show Off. It's my boy right there. Yeah, man. So, all right. So they're taking a 30-minute break this time. Now, it's story time. So last trial, Trooper Buchanan testified that, well, he testified, but I was lucky enough to be in the courtroom for that. And that was my first time in a courtroom as a spectator. if I'm being honest. First time as someone just spectating in the gallery. But it was interesting. Definitely my first time attending a murder trial. And now I was really lucky for that to be the day, the 2 days that I attended, because the first day I got to sit next to Janet Reed, and as he was testifying about their interaction, at their house, she was reacting to me, going, oh, she would lean over and be like, he's lying. She would like grab my leg and be like, he's lying, and I felt really bad. I felt bad for her. Let me shut this off or mute that. I felt really bad for her because like they have to just sit there. Like, I mean, I'm the kind of person that like if I was there and you're lying about me, I want to be like, stop telling them fucking lies, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I want to stand up and be like, dude, yo, tell the fucking truth. Stop it. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a natural reaction that you want to have. And I know they felt that shit. You know what I mean? But like, they're just such calm, cool, dope people, And so that was, and mind you, I was watching the jury, and the jury was pretty, like, during that testimony, the jury was pretty much fucking bored, right? Because what's going to happen here now, Brennan's direct is going to take a while, because now maybe not, because I'm curious to know if Brennan is going to show the inverted Sallyport footage, because if he doesn't show it, then I don't know what Jackson's going to do. But I don't know what's going on. So I remember I was planning originally, what my plan was, I was going to attend trial that day, and then the next day just hang out with the boots on the ground folks outside, right? That was originally my plan. But Karen was like, oh, you got to be in the courtroom for Jackson's cross on Buchanan. And I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, yeah, but, and then the people outside were even like, dude, if you have a chance to go and watch that, you should go in there. And the way a couple of people put it to me, they were kind of like, like you're one of us sitting in there. You know what I mean? Like, go. And the first time I sat there, the first day I sat with Tom CPU, and the next day I sat with Brian LTL. And the next day during cross, this was a significant day. And I felt really, really blessed to have been there for this, because this was when the jury first saw the footage from One Meadows Avenue where Karen backs into John O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse. And there's all this talk this whole time about the taillight, all this time, right? And so the jury finally sees this, and they have this audio visual guy. And it was funny because it was so long ago, and I hadn't really met everyone. And it was so long ago. And I when I met the guy who was doing the audio visual stuff, I forget his name. He's a really nice guy. But I was like, are you Microdots? And no, it wasn't Richie. But I was like, are you Microdots? And he was like, no. And so, and I was watching him prepare, because I was sitting right there. That courtroom is really small. So I was just sitting right behind this guy as he was prepping, and he was prepping the close-ups. Like he had like a little square set to where you could zoom in on. Oh, thank you, Jeannie Lynn. I appreciate it. Will do. Thank you so much. You could zoom in on the tire, like on the Traverse's wheel moving when Karen Reed backs into it. Now, when they finally played this, and this was during cross, they finally played this all of a sudden opened the door for the jury to go, oh, wait a second. That could explain the taillight. the jury visibly reacted to this. Like I saw, and one of the jurors that they let go, yeah, I saw her, and she was like, you know, like she shifted in her chair and went like this, like that. When they showed that footage of the Traverse being backed into by Karen's vehicle. And then they had the Sallyport footage, because I remember that first day we had all gone to lunch, and I didn't really feel comfortable yet, you know, with them. They didn't know me, I didn't know them, and I didn't sit at their table while they were like strategizing and to come back. And this is during direct examination the first day. And as we're walking back, Jackson looks, you know, like he's super focused, but he looks frustrated, right? And I'm like, hey, you look pretty, you know, perturbed, dude. You know, he was like, yeah, he's just like, I'm just afraid that they're just gonna lie. And, you know, because there was one of the issues was the logging of evidence, the reports. And he's like, they're just gonna make up when they log things. They're gonna make up shit. Like, are they gonna come up with a phony report? Like, I don't know what they're gonna do. So Jackson was frustrated, and he was kind of nervous because he was like not ready for this. You got to understand, this is the first trial. This is they're just now being exposed to what the prosecution is capable of, the links that they'll go to railroad Karen Reed. They've never seen corruption like this. They've never dealt with it anyway, directly. Not like this. So this is a moment where Jackson is seeing they'll do anything. Buchanan sat up there and lied and lied and lied. Jackson knew it. Karen knew it. Karen's family knew it. And Jackson was just like, you know, he's realizing these people will say anything. They'll fucking make up anything. They'll go as far as they have to railroad Karen. So, and I was like, what do you think? What do you think? How can they blatantly just do this like this in everyone's face? And he's like, power. He's like, that's the only thing I can think of, power. It's like they're so powerful that they're not used to anyone questioning them. They're not used to anyone calling them out on this, on what they're doing. Power. And I was like, wow. And then the next day, after the jury sees and reacts to the Traverse being backed into, after that, they present the Sallyport footage being inverted. Like, I did not see that shit coming. Nobody saw that shit coming. Like, Jackson just had it. Like, he went that night, like those 2 days, that was what I took away most of that experience. Was the first day the defense left frustrated. The next day, they came back confident as fuck. Why? Because while they were war rooming in between those hearings, they realized that Sallyport footage was inverted. They figured that out. And then they got that ready for cross. I suspect that they did not sleep that night. It is fascinating, honestly, folks, to see Karen Reed's defense team and how dedicated they truly are to proving not only that Karen Reed is innocent, but that somebody else killed John O'Keefe. Like, they are emotionally invested in this, each member of that defense team. And it's fascinating to see. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My breakfast just got here, I think. All right. I'll be right back, folks. All right. So let's see if we can find something to watch in the meantime. Because I want to eat breakfast. Let's see real quick. All right, let's watch Vinny.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation, the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. Prosecutors allege, and their allegations are very clear, they believe Karen Reed murdered John with her car, her SUV. But what about the defense? What are their allegations? This hour, we lay them all out for you. Here's the story. In the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found dead outside of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. His girlfriend Karen Reed is accused of second-degree murder, with prosecutors alleging she struck him with her SUV after a night of drinking and left him to die in the snow. However, Karen Reed's defense team presents an alternative narrative, asserting that O'Keefe was beaten inside the home during a party hosted by fellow police officer Brian Albert, and then subsequently staged outside to frame Karen Reed. They highlight alleged investigative misconduct, including the use of inappropriate evidence collection.
Listen, y'all. Vinny talked about my shoe yesterday. Okay? Vinny's got a temporary pass with me right now. Y'all need to lay up.
methods and potential conflicts of interest due to the close ties between investigators and the Albert family. The defense also questions the integrity of key witness Jennifer McCabe, who admitted to being untruthful with investigators and faced intense cross-examination regarding those inconsistencies. This case has garnered national attention, with debates ongoing over the events of that night and the potential involvement of those present at 34 Fairview Road.
Fucking love Duncan.
Now, as this trial continues, right now the defense is cross-examining witnesses. They haven't presented their own evidence, but part of making a case is through cross-examination. We also know that we watched this trial 1 year ago, so we got a really good idea for what the defense believes happened here. So again, during this program, we're going to show you stuff from last year's trial, stuff from this year's trial, and other images and information that'll help you understand the defense's perspective here. Again, we're laying it out for you, trying to understand what they believe actually happened to John O'Keefe versus what the prosecution has accused her of and is attempting to prove. So one of the exhibits from the trial last year was this video I want to take a look at. And this is from the bulkhead in the backyard. And you have the stairs that go down into the basement. And then from the basement, you go out the backyard and you take a few steps in that backyard and you see that there's a fence. You get to that fence and you open it up. And what's interesting is what is straight in front of you, which you can see the flagpole and the area where John O'Keefe's body was found. So I recall from that first trial, this, again, part of the theory, they believe that John O'Keefe's body was placed out there. He didn't die out there. He died in the house. So how do you get him out of the house, and how does he end up by the flagpole? What they're saying is perhaps it was through that bulkhead and those stairs out of the basement. But it still leads a lot of questions unanswered about what happened here. And that brings us to the first question in our investigation tonight. And it's a big one, a really big one. How does the defense say John O'Keefe was killed? Right, this is a huge question. Joining us, Karen Reed, supporter, Nick Rocco. Also joining us on the phone tonight, Karen Reed, supporter, and she is Nurse Kim on YouTube and TikTok. Nurse Kim Whalen is with us as well. Thank you both for being here. Before we start talking, Nick and Kim, I have something I want to show you. Here's a visual representation that we found online of who was in the house from an account a lot of people are watching right now on YouTube called Microdots.
Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Caitlin Albert, homeowner Brian Albert, and nephew Colin Albert. Brian Albert Jr., his friend Sarah Levinson, homeowner Nicole Albert, friend Julie Nagel, and one Brian Higgins.
All right, so there, the beginning part of the video laying out some of who is in the house. So we've got all these people in the house. Nick, what is the theory here on how they say John O'Keefe ends up dead once he enters 34 Fairview?
Well, I think a point during the first trial, you had Brian Higgins. He stated that a man with dark hair walked into that house. So he's putting somebody unidentified named into that house. We know nobody saw John O'Keefe outside laying the dusting of snow. So it wouldn't surprise me if nobody saw John O'Keefe come into the house. I mean, they're all drinking, they're all partying. So he comes inside the house. He makes his way downstairs somehow. Well, a fight breaks out. He had them maybe put me down there.
I want to take this one step at a time. One step at a time, Nick. So, and your connection is just a little off, so we're not hearing you 100% clear. Maybe it'll clear up here. So you say a fight starts. Where would this fight start? How long after he steps inside that home?
I believe words were exchanged right away.
Right away. I agree.
And where in the home?
So most likely this happened downstairs where nobody would have seen this fight break out. We know Brian Albert and Brian Higgins both had different stories of what upstairs meant. Brian Higgins said he was upstairs, we've never been on the second floor of the house, and Brian Albert was upstairs on the second floor of the house. So that would only make me believe that downstairs in the basement, Brian Higgins had never been on that second floor.
All right, Kim, I want to go to you. From your perspective, there's an immediate confrontation. They end up somehow down in the basement?
Yeah, it could be, Vinny. Again, we're not, as the defense or as a spectator, I'm not a Mass State Police trooper. I did not investigate what happened at 34 Fairview on January 29th,
right,
2020.
but Kim, what I'm trying to clarify here, right? There's a lot of people watching this trial. There's some watching it for the first time, and everyone is hearing that something nefarious happened here. And it seems the defense has a pretty good idea of what they believe happened. Now, what they're permitted to argue is right. Different. That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about what we've heard in pretrial motions, allegations, courthouse steps, everywhere throughout this case, which has been litigated and talked about for years now. What is it that the defense side believes happened inside that house?
Yeah, so in my opinion, it would be that a scuffle, right? Something occurred, and within seconds, Vinny, this wasn't a planned, plotted, assault. But when men, and specifically men of Boston police and ATF, et cetera, get together, on occasion, it can turn physical. And I believe that that's what happened, and very quickly. And then it became a question of what now?
I want to put up on the screen something that's been shown and talked about a lot, which is the image of John O'Keefe's arm. And it was Alan Jackson, I think, who first showed this during a pretrial hearing inside the courtroom before the first trial. And this is the one piece of evidence that everyone has an opinion on. Kim, you look at that. What does that tell you about what happened to John O'Keefe that night?
Yeah, Vinny, well, I'm a wound certified RN, nationally wound certified, and I can tell you without a question of a doubt that that is not polycarbonate plastic that spontaneously combusted from Karen Reed's Lexus taillight. That is animal inflicted. What kind? I have to leave that to physicians, but as a registered nurse with a plethora of experience in wound care, that is a wound. That is either, furrows as described by whom? Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department and paramedics. These are scratches and or I guess bite marks from a large animal, either canine or potentially coyote. I don't know.
Now, let's get to what the defense is alleging, and I think we all know where we're going. Let's take a look at the cross-examination of Nicole Albert back in the 2024 trial last year, talking about the dog that the Alberts owned.
So is this a cover-up, and if so, who's leading the cover-up?
Your guess is as good as mine. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's exactly what we're trying to figure out.
Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022, 4 months after Mr. O'Keefe's death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
Oh, is that true? Is that when you got rid of your dog?
I did not get rid of my dog. I rehomed my dog.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont.
So, Kim, I mean, I've heard it in court. I've heard it outside of court. I've heard it online everywhere. The defense is saying that this dog that was rehomed, Chloe the dog, had something to do with what happened to John O'Keefe that night, right? I mean, this is what they want to argue to this jury.
Well, yes, absolutely, Vinny. And I think that there is evidence that would show that, i.e. Dr. Russell from the defense, who is very sure and certain in her medical opinion that those injuries to Officer John O'Keefe's right forearm came from a large canine. And a large canine named Chloe, a German Shepherd, lived at 34 Fairview on and about January 29th, 2022.
All right, we've reconnected Nick's audio. Fantastic. Nick, so putting together the pieces now, you've got a physical fight that happens quickly. We've got an attack by the dog inside. How is the defense? What is their belief on how those two things are related to one another?
Well, for anybody who has a dog, they know that when an owner is, even if you're play fighting, the dog jumps in. So if the dog has any fear that there's an actual altercation going on, that dog is going to protect the homeowner and whoever else that dog loves. We also know that Chloe is not good with strangers, hence why Brian Albert had to bring the dog upstairs at one point during the night when everybody was downstairs. One of the questions that I would ask about Chloe the dog is that morning when Jen McKay barged in upstairs, Chloe made no noise, made no sound when there were police officers outside, did not approach Officer Lane earlier that morning. Nobody talked about letting Chloe the dog outside to go to the bathroom or feeding the dog that morning. Nobody saw the dog Chloe. So you have to ask, if the dog was there that night, where is the dog the next morning? Why is the dog not at 34 Fairview Road? Why did they rehome a dog after 7 years of owning this pet? You don't just get rid of a dog. And Garrett Wing, one of the defense experts that's going to come in and testify about the dog bites on John Arm, this guy is a world-renowned canine dog trainer. He knows a washed-up police dog from one of the best dogs he's ever trained in the world. This guy is going to convince the jury that those are canine bites and scratches on John O'Keefe's arm because taillight, which is made out of polycarbonate, does not, it's shatterproof. It's not going to shatter into 47 pieces and create marks on his arm that specifically look like they're from a dog, and then you get rid of the dog. And we know the dog has a violent history because neighbors have been attacked, which are also on the defense's witness list that are going to talk about this.
All right, Nick and Kim are going to stay with us as we continue. Again, this hour, what we're doing is laying out what the defense's allegations are in this case. We know what the prosecution's allegations are. So coming up next, why does the defense say that they did it?
The defendant kissed me.
And how did you kiss me?
Not like a friend.
Was Karen Reed a killer girlfriend?
She's guilty.
Or the scapegoat in an elaborate cover-up?
Karen Reed was raped. You know who did it?
The Karen Reed murder retrial. Live coverage weekday mornings, 8, 7 Central on Court TV.
Just look at that touch from Trinity Rodman. Saturday night.
When she is on the field, she changes the game. Saturday night is our night.
The new Saturday Night Out is on ION all season long.
Karen Reed was framed. The car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did.
So the defense has said Karen Reed is framed. That was from the 24 trial. But I mean, their theory hasn't changed, that she was framed. She was set up to take the rap for this because they're covering up a murder that was done by someone else, people connected to law enforcement, including Brian Albert Sr., the owner of 34 Fairview. Take a listen to Brian Albert Sr. last year testifying about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Okay, so he wished that they had come in, right? But they're pointing the finger at him, they're pointing the finger at Brian Higgins, and they're pointing the finger at his nephew, Colin Albert, even though they won't be able to do that at this trial.
Thank you, guys. Sorry for being muted. Appreciate it. So stop what you're doing. Give the video a like that I just dropped in the chat. I'll drop it again.
Literally cannot put a shoe in a bag and properly log where it
Beto
was
and Melanie
found
are
and
talking
when.
about the shoe right now.
I mean, that's just a gift to the defense. Their whole argument is that these cops are not worthy of belief and or they're not competent, and we've had to stop the trial because these people can't vouch your evidence. This is, you'll never see anything like this, let alone in a case that's being broadcast worldwide and where everyone's already criticizing these people. I mean, this is just embarrassing.
To the highest level. Like it is, the whole world is watching, and they were just completely busted for tampering with evidence.
It could be, and even if it's just
Melanie
sheer
and Beto got
incompetence,
my
or
back.
Buchanan says, "I don't know." The question becomes, well, who did this? I mean, was there, again, I didn't watch it that closely at the time, but is there evidence of who literally vouchered and wrote on the evidence bags? Is it Proctor?
No, he said that they left the clothing. Now he says they took all the clothing, they put all the clothing into one bag. It was in the back of his truck when they went back to Canton PD to debrief. Then after the debrief, they took it to the DA's office in
Melanie and
Canton,
Beto
where
got
he
my
took some
back.
butcher paper and laid it out on the floor, and then laid all the clothing out there for a couple of
Wow.
days to dry. And
Wow.
then he doesn't know what happened,
Well,
but
well, then
because-
they're screwed for another reason, which is if that's the case, they're basically acknowledging that there's no integrity in their logging of evidence of any. I mean, if they can't, the argument becomes, if you can't voucher and log properly a pair of freaking shoes, what makes you think the clothes,
Right.
the taillight pieces, you know, where they found alleged materials on some of the clothes that were mixed together? This calls into question all of the integrity of all of the collection of the evidence. And, you know, we're not even talking about solo cups and leaf blowers and stop and shop bags. I mean, that just becomes a sideshow
love Mark
compared to
so
this.
much.
This is absolutely stunning that these people could be this incompetent, and to have it come out in this fashion
incompetence,
on
Mark,
the
it's
stage
corruption.
where everyone's watching in real
You know
time
it.
also calls into question the preparation of Brennan, Buchanan, and these people. How did they not know this before today? I mean, how in the hell did they not
All right, make sure
look
to
at the
stop what
evidence
you're
bags?
doing.
And maybe that's just the arrogance of Buchanan. You know, maybe he'll come back in and for the
give
first time, he won't be resting on the armrest
video
like
a
he's been
like.
doing for the last day. And you know, we'll see how smug he is. He's been very smug today, as you can see from what I saw.
Oh yeah.
And laughing about the I versus we. I'll bet you he won't be laughing about that anymore when it turns out that it was Proctor, if that's who did it. You know, he'll have no choice but to try to separate himself as well. But, you know,
right.
you add this in with what else is coming with the inverted.
I feel kind of guilty. Like, yeah, Beto talking to Melanie is fucking priceless. So I highly recommend you guys checking it out, but I don't feel right streaming it for a long time. I just wanted to see what they were talking about when it came to the shoe. That's it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want to snipe Melanie's stream for too long there. I just wanted to see what was going on with the shoe. But Beto and Melanie talking about this case is fucking priceless. So I recommend checking it out. At least on a replay. Go check it out. Now, how long have we been on break? Should they be coming back? Okay, yeah, I hear movement in the courtroom vaguely. Yeah, man. I'm interested to see, man.
You
Will
are unmuted.
the defense bring up the shoe?
The jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no?
You can see the court is in session.
I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is wild.
All rise to the court. Service entry. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. Pat?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Bro, this is crazy. Whatever happened was totally about the shoe. Show the bottom.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence.
I thought it was
Okay,
the
any
sneaker
objections, Jackson?
you retrieved from
All right,
34
thank you.
Fairview.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
Say a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Can place it on that side?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please?
The backside.
May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Yeah, like if he was wearing socks in the hospital, where are
Exhibit
they?
88. Thank you.
Your Honor, that's Coach Reader.
I'm sorry?
Maybe Coach Reader.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what is building up here. Yeah, I mean, that's weird that they put that shit in like that they treated it like a baseball card. That was weird. I never saw that before. I feel like that was Brennan's idea. If I had to guess. That was definitely Brennan's idea. Now, it's weird though, man. Like, see something here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they could have done a better job. Like, why is it folded like that? Like, why, if you're gonna, what's the point of that? You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's like, you're gonna put a baseball card. You're gonna put a baseball card in that protective plastic, that hard protective plastic to preserve it, but you're gonna crease it before you put it in the fucking plastic, which defeats the entire purpose of the goddamn plastic. Why would you do that? Kayla Jones, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Just wanted you to know I showed my coworker who doesn't follow the case except what she hears me complain about. The photos of the shoe on your Twitter, she agrees it's not the same shoe. Right on, Kayla Jones. Thank you so much.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple of days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd?
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified a evidence, the process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items are bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry.
Yep, you're right, Jen Dogos. Thank you so much.
Hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs.
Any
No
objection?
objection.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Hey, only 23 more subscribers and I hit 44K, bro. That's pretty dope. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I decrease the resolution of that? No, I can't do anything about the footage.
Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification? Objection, Your Honor.
I would have that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury?
Dude, this guy sucks so bad, bro.
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fucking way. No fucking way. Was that big a piece missing when Karen drove by One Meadows Ave? Drove out of One Meadows Ave. There's no fucking way.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
Bukaki, control yourself, sir. Stop it, sir. Like, you saw Bev got offended by that?
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November.
Bev sat
There
back
are
in her seat like,
also
oh my God.
items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Fucking shoot. Exhibit 95. Fucking shoot.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690.
Oh my God.
Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in
Dude, these people didn't
in
do
area.
jack shit but plant evidence.
Expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what you're looking at.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I can next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
You're easy chump.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
97.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this as evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
We got a special disliking for these buckolas.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Randall Floyd, watch out with that crowd you've been running with. Don't think I haven't noticed. Okay, Tina, thank you so much. First shoe was right shoe for 34 Fairview, where he tried to say it was a left first. Second shoe was a right shoe from the hospital. Oh, shit. Okay, thank you.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
Excavated.
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
This guy investigated rubber duckies,
and
bro.
frozen
I
to the
can't take
ground
anything he says seriously.
With, portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order.
Cock boys.
Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Trace the signal.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
Okay, smartass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
Stop breaking the law, asshole!
99A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please. You're lying.
And you're a piece of shit.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please.
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Wow, dude.
Yes.
That sucks.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
So as you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Bullshit.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. 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 Hell no. 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 I refuse. No.
Look at this guy. His pants are gonna split, bro. Please, God, let his fucking pants split.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
Oh my God, dude. I have too much fun streaming trials, bro. Somebody needs to put a stop to me.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
Oh my God. Yes, folks. Yes.
With the court permission to the defendant or bring the item to go to the jury?
Yes.
This is too much fun.
Thank you.
What a crock of shit.
Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area,
Jackson's going to destroy this whole testimony.
7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence.
Yeah, it's raining
Any
taillight.
objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire
Get
hydrant
the
on your
fuck
left,
out of my face with that.
it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please.
Right, no blood on any piece of taillight. Like, get real.
When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
I
Could
can't
you
stand this
produce
motherfucker's
7-11,
face.
please?
Yes, sir.
The lies spewing out of it. I can't fucking stand this guy, dude.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
I can't fucking stand this
Generally
guy, dude.
speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items.
Poor
They're
last
in
trial,
size
but
approximately to like a half
the
dollar.
defense corrected you with 6.
Without going through every one of them,
If
can
you
just
remember.
pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag.
Stop it with this bullshit.
In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves and a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Dude, when the jury reacted
Could you provide us?
to that inverted Sallyport footage, that shit was fucking priceless.
This one for evidence.
Yes.
Or not.
That is a moment that I will never, ever, ever forget.
Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection. Okay.
With the
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Mechanic open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in
You're such a
relation to
fucking
the
liar,
items in the
man.
last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very
Stop
little
saying
to no snow was
excavation,
present
bro.
at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, like it's gonna take all day.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from CF McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
See,
Was that by link?
Lally tried to
computer?
completely avoid this.
I'm not sure how it came in. It was
But Brendan's
via
going to try to get in front of it.
the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you?
I mean,
obtain
the
and
jury's
review
going to
video?
see that.
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Now, if this is true, the prosecution not calling Albert, Higgins, Colin, Tully, this will just show the jury. Because, I mean, the defense most definitely will. At least some of those names. Like, they're definitely calling Higgins up there. Guaranteed. So, if the prosecution actively avoids calling Higgins up and he's a witness, he's already been mentioned. He was there. Wait till the footage of the waterfall comes out to the jury. Wait till they see that. So just think how bad that would look for the Commonwealth if they don't call those people up.
I did review reports, yes.
It's going to look
Did you
bad
write
for him either
reports in
way.
this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay. Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Wow.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained
I
finding
remember that.
against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Wow.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Wow. I lost 5 vacations.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, this guy is awful, bro. He's just not a. Exactly, Liz Reed. Reed.
Sure.
Facts.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far.
Wow.
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to
So
understand.
they're throwing Proctor under the
author,
bus
whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have.
and making him out to be the
author.
superior officer that reprimanded him. They're making him out to be the hero cop
I'm sorry,
in all
this
this and throwing
document does
Proctor under the
not
bus.
identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, this, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review Ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in
Skid
evidence.
marks, welcome to Logic, buddy. Thank you.
Okay.
I would hope that I don't mean would hope. I hope that the defense brings it up, but I don't think that they will. The rubber ducky thing, and like compare the efforts that he put into that into the efforts that he put into Karen Reed. I would love to see that.
When you reviewed the
But
video
I don't think
from
that the
ring
defense wants to bring
that
up
Ring
Turtle
provided
Room.
for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So I could have video 119.
What is this bullshit?
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
Can I have video 145, please?
Trace the signal.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Yeah, what the fuck is all this? I'm like a bird, I only fly away. I don't know where my home is.
Thank you.
I don't know where my thumb is.
In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. That's Law and Crimes feed. Hold on. Let
Was
me...
there any ring
Okay,
video
never mind.
on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Let me refresh it. Make sure we're not behind.
36.
Yes.
39. Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153,
Damn.
please?
Now it's even more behind than it was when I refreshed it. Here we go. Brandon's getting in front of it. Lally didn't even show this shit last time. Now take a good look at the tail light. You're gonna tell me that there's that much tail light missing out of that from what they found? 47 pieces. Get the fuck out of my face.
Did you review that video
No
from
way.
5:07:58?
Yes.
5:07 a.m.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
Man, look at
Could
that.
you stop that, please?
Really fast
Do
conversation.
you
about
recognize
her
what's
taillight
in that
being
video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
Just want to make sure y'all were still with me.
Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who?
What in the? What is going on with this, dude? Let's go. Let me refresh.
That car that was in the back.
Yes.
And who?
What is going on with law and crime? I'm just gonna have to switch. I'm not dealing with that bullshit. Hell nah, dog.
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171. And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You already showed this, bro.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please.
Not 47 pieces, bro.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Bullshit.
Evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please?
He is smug. He's fucking
You have a chance
smug.
to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam.
Yes, I did.
Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at
My bad.
8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck.
Didn't
and
we
walked
go
towards
over
the car.
this?
Yes.
Was there any difference between
You
the damages
fuck.
that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you
Oi,
saw at that moment?
cunt.
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of
You're a little cunt.
every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Bro. Yo, 8 more subs and I hit 44,000. Just 8 more. That's pretty amazing. Christine Mitchell, thank you so much. Will, I'm crying because of the lying shit. I'm so angry. I'm sorry. We're all angry. I'm sorry that you're crying about it. This shit is heavy, man. This shit is infuriating.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear taillight?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. So did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, Were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bar, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, where is it? We'll take that off for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Motherfucker. Dude. Shit's so annoying, man. Like, just this bullshit that Brendan's trying to present to this jury is just such a crock of shit. Watching him just have Bukkake up there and lie and try to make him out to be some kind of hero. And he ain't shit. Bukkake ain't shit. He investigated rubber duckies, bro. Like, that's it. That cancels everything. I don't give a fuck how much good this guy's done. He investigated rubber duckies and tried to, like, get somebody thrown in jail for fucking rubber duckies, dude. That's all I know of Bukkake, bro. That, and he tried to frame Karen Reed. Like, I'm not giving this guy any fucking grace as an investigator in the slightest bit. And it's his own goddamn fault. I don't give a fuck how, like, and I appreciate our veterans, dude. Everybody who served in the military, I appreciate everybody, dude. Like, I seriously have a strong respect for all of our military who served and all of our veterans. But the problem with this guy is that he did a bunch of dirty shit that just takes the fucking piss right out of it. You know, he's a dirty motherfucker and it takes the piss right out of being a fucking hero, dude. Like, he's not even an anti-hero. An anti-hero does dirty shit. Like, an anti-hero is like, for a little while, Vic from The Shield, but then he turned like real dirty, did a bunch of dirty shit.
Yes.
Or it was the other way around.
CD, do you recognize that?
Like, if you do bad shit,
Yes, I do.
Good things.
It
it's
is
not
the
okay,
PowerPoint
but
presentation of the timeline
He just
from
did that
CF
shit for
McCarthy's
himself.
and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Dude, what the fuck?
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Yeah, his sneaker soles are white in this video, which is interesting. Because that sneaker sole is black in the photograph. Oh, thanks, Holistic View of Computers. Appreciate it. Like 2 cops already
And what was
testified
depicted in that video that you
that
saw?
that was the same shoe.
In that video, we see the defendant
Fucking
get
lie.
handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next,
So
please,
69% of you think 69% out of 791 votes think that they'll bring up the defense will bring up Shoegate during cross.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
I'm gonna go
Right
take
there.
Clubber out real quick. I'll be right
I
back,
think we'll
guys.
have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming. So right there, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back. Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here, the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection. The objection sustained. I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket.
Yeah, they're about to break for lunch any second.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Love you too, Norman Corey. Thank you, buddy. Where the fuck did everybody go? I just lost like 100 people.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
We have the next.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
that would be awesome if they just started doing keg stands. I'd be like, oh, yeah. Garlic butter. Okay.
What time are we at now?
So
that was 10:34, so we moved
apparently this
10:37.
joint
What is the drink on
flavored
10:34?
garlic butter.
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Okay.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses.
It doesn't
2
taste
are
like
on the
garlic.
bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
It doesn't taste like garlic butter at all. It tastes like weed. That's all it tastes like. No, so William Poole, this was just this pre-roll was thrown in as kind of a bonus from my guy. He was just like being nice and he threw this in there. I didn't like pick it out and buy it.
$10.41, please.
Dude, I don't invest
The
in any of
4
that
shot
shit.
glasses
Like,
are
weed is
redistributed.
weed. The stupid flavors that they come up with, none of them taste like they say that they are or do what they say they do. And well, this one has less paranoia and you get a little bit more uppity and you feel more creative and blah blah blah. That's all bullshit. Weed's weed.
Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
I don't ever feel any different. It just depends on my mood.
Okay, I'll strike that.
It's not a question of like what kind of high am I getting from weed. It's like how high am I getting from weed? That's what it boils down to.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
Yeah, it didn't taste anything like garlic or butter or garlic butter. It just tastes like a joint. Doesn't. That's all just a bunch of bullshit. Selling points.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel on this.
Yeah, she's gonna like. Is she going through lunch or what? Or is she gonna shorten lunch? I'm curious as to what her plan is here. Like, yeah, this isn't even like.
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. And so you can just file out.
2 o'clock.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please.
Lunch.
There's closing notebooks. Follow me.
Lunchtime, bro. Dude. That shit's still at 69%. All right, bro. Let's see what these idiots. See what these idiots are talking about.
I mean, they have longer video clips this time, which I think is good for the judge. And so, you know, you can really, I think, like at this point, they've absolutely proved that that the woman was drunk. Like, there's no doubt about that at all.
Right.
She admitted she was drunk. Nobody gives a fuck.
And she said she drank, you know.
And she admitted to having 9.
Yeah, there's
exactly
that.
what they say.
Nobody gives
Right.
a fuck.
And then she's like flipping him off in the bar. And then she's like, I just don't understand how she was a teacher and how she worked at Fidelity. She's just like, I don't know. Maybe you just can't see the Ivanka.
Somebody was looking up.
Yeah, like everybody was
her
drunk.
position at Fidelity, and she was actually kind of underemployed for her education and experience. So I think just like, I mean, like compared to some people, she might look successful, but compared to people within her own field, not so much.
How many people do that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Nepo baby, that kind of deal.
She is. She's an Nepo baby. That's exactly what she is.
Yeah, she seems like she could be back office, but you know, not client facing.
People are such trash, dude. Let's see what's going on Twitter. I'm just killing time, man. I have no fucking idea what to go over right now. Buffer zone is alive today. Yeah, let's look at some pics from the buffer zone. Aiden posted some cool pics from the buffer zone, man. Let's go over that. Let's go over some happy shit. Look at that, man. It's beautiful. I'm trying to see who Connor McManus is, bro. That's what I'm trying to see. Okay. I shouldn't even scroll through my feed like that because there's shit that pops up sometimes. I'm like, holy fuck. Let me just play it safe. Yeah, let's see what Mark Randazza is saying here. Mark Randazza posted this. He says, if it wasn't for Turtle Boy, there would hardly be any actual journalism in New England. Any actual journalism in New England. And Turtle Boy, and this is a repost of Turtle Boy's tweet that says, the cops who said Sandra Birchmore committed suicide and refused to follow up on any leads that led to a police officer being a murderer are the same cops who were saying John O'Keefe was hit by a car and refused to follow up on any leads that led to a police officer being a murderer. Exactly. I mean, that's just a fact. That's just a fact. Let's keep looking here. Let's keep looking. Let's check out what Jess Machado is tweeting. She said she was falling asleep. Jess Machado tweeted she was falling asleep. Court is now in session. Canoni and both parties are here. We are just waiting for the jury. Jury is here. Yuri is opening a bag and showing a shoe. This is not the same shoe we saw earlier. If I am correct. Yes. Jess Machado's on board with the shoe. I love it. I guess I'm seeing that they just had the wrong evidence bag when he was showing it earlier. Okay, well, she's talking about the right or left shoe situation, not the fucking picture shoe. That's my issue. That's what I want. But I don't know. I don't think that they'll bring it up. I don't think they'll bring it up. But we'll see. Hopefully they will. Yeah, let's just go over. Here's a good buffer zone pick. Okay, yeah, I'll read Bettero's tweets in a second. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's a good turnout. I mean, that buffer zone, look at these cops all the way down here, dude. Like, this is the edge of the buffer zone right here. These cops are there to fucking enforce it, you know? Like, come on with this bullshit. Stop it. Silly. It's just silly. Let's see this.
Your biased software does not know how Apple's internals work better than their fucking source code. That's what makes it. What do you want to know?
What you think of her testimony?
Your biased software does not know how Apple's internals work better than their fucking source code. That's what makes it. That's literally what builds the fucking software. You idiots. This is fucking unheard of. Fucking beyond me why Apple won't fucking chime in on this. They must not know. Like she's saying, they must not know.
Right.
Jury that can't fucking see this is fucking low IQ fucking numbskulls.
Well, what if they don't have
I love this guy.
the knowledge like you do?
They fucking have her pizza fucking party argument with her fucking analogy about fucking food. What do you want to know?
What you think of?
That's fun. That's fun stuff. All right, let's check Bettero. What's Bettero saying? So 49 minutes ago, he posted, I'm not currently watching, but I have been told that Brennan moved the Proctor texts for some of them anyway through Yuri Buchanan. This is absolutely to the defense's benefit when they direct Proctor. Interesting that they are showing they won't hide from some unflattering texts, but clearly are going to hide from Proctor himself. Right. Great point. I get the decision they feel they have to make, but not calling Proctor illustrates the inherent flaws in this case, especially after today's foul up with the shoes. Now, basically, Mark Bettero just put into words what I said, but, you know, he sounded like a lawyer. Like, it's interesting that they'll throw Proctor under the bus, but they're not going to show Proctor. They're not going to call him to the stand. He's the lead investigator in the case. It's a bad look, whether they like it or not. Becky, thank you so much. Will, did you see Hyde apologize to the Breen in yesterday after she spoke the truth? No, I did not. No, so Bettero goes on to say, you can't make this up. This is 2 hours ago. You can't make this up. The jury knows the DA is avoiding Proctor for his corruption, incompetence, and they are now seeing that the DA is having problems admitting evidence through the partner that the defense didn't even object to because it had not been vouchered or logged, is an absolute gift to the defense. It's as if the left hand foot doesn't know what the right is doing. You will never see this again if you watch 1,000 more trials. Great, yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, they're not going to, of course, the defense isn't going to object to that because it's not being, it wasn't logged in properly. There's no need to object to that defense or to that evidence being marked by the defense or by the prosecution. Like, why would the defense object to that at all? Hold on. And then he says, if these knuckleheads screwed up which shoe was where, or otherwise screwed up the chain of custody or vouchering process of the shoes in a case where the defense is that the cops are corrupt and or incompetent, there are no words. Dude, I'm telling you, it's a different fucking shoe in the picture. I'm dying on that hill, y'all. Yeah, like how do they not know? I mean, it can't be a coincidence that they have this mix up with the shoes. Like they're clearly trying to avoid showing the bottom of that shoe. Dude, I'm gonna keep going with the shoe, Cherry. Okay, the shoe is pertinent. All right, I'm not letting the shoe go. Okay, I'm holding on to that thing like Chloe did. I'm not letting it go. Listen, I'm not a shoe hugger, okay? I'm a shoe exposer. Okay? Yeah, let's see what Carl Steinbeck says, bro. Let's see what Carl Steinbeck says. Oh, that shit is like 3 hours long. All right, he didn't tweet anything about it. Let's see if he says anything on his channel about it. John DePietro. Look at this idiot.
A conspiracy. It's not. And I want to tell you about that in a moment. Folks, this portion of the program brought to you by Kids Club on the Pike. Call them today. Birthday party venue, before and after school care, preschool, and also Kids Club on the Pike, located right off 295.
What the fuck's he talking about?
Line. Kids Club on the Pike. They have summer camp. They have a great summer camp at Kids Club on the Pike. You can call them at 401.
Why is this guy talking about fucking kids summer camps, bro?
Reserve a spot for your child or grandchild at Kids Club on the Pike this summer. Maybe they go for a week. Maybe they go for a month. Maybe they go for the entire summer.
Am I crazy or does that just sound weird coming from him? Some fucking summer camp fucking sponsors this guy? Do they know how bad of a look that is for their summer camp? Do they have any idea how bad of a look that is for them? That is crazy. That is just crazy. That shit is weird. That shit is weird.
About it tomorrow with our attorney, Stephanie Murphy. And again, folks, I want to apologize. We had a glitch, although maybe it's not a bad thing that we didn't have Stephanie on, since I did have someone invade the broadcast. And when you are on the radio, which we are on the radio,
when you're on the radio,
99.9 FM, when you are broadcasting on the radio. But Stephanie Murphy, she's a great attorney. Marin, Barrett, and Murphy, 50 years combined Rhode Island criminal defense experience. Call them at 401-228-8271. 401-228-8271 from Marin, Barrett, and Murphy Law Firm. Well, folks, again, good afternoon right now at 1:26. And I want to just rehash a little bit and explain with the Karen Reed trial, because it is really remarkable with the case that they are putting on right now. And
dude, this guy is terrible at his
hard
job.
Not to compare the first trial, which was last spring.
This guy is fucking awful, bro. Oh shit. Vinnie Politan is gonna premiere an episode at 7:15 tonight about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins' behavior. Let's see what this guy says, bro. Oh, I was hoping that something would be like that something would be just there and ready to watch about the shoe. But like I guess I would need like a timestamp of wherever he talks about it. Carl Steinbeck, I mean. Bombshell blunder indicates carrying. Okay, he is talking about the shoe. Here we go. Let's see what Carl Steinbeck says. Stop what you're doing right now and go give this video a like that I'm streaming right here.
Okay, here it is. Look at it. That's what we saw, a shoe like this in the photo there. That's what this one is here on the left, right? That's totally different than what they presented in court today.
Right.
And for the right foot that they took off John's body at the hospital, that's also a white sole shoe. So it looks like they realized we got to match the shoe. You can't have a black soled Nike brought into evidence. I mean, that's going to be too weird that they had a white one in last year's trial. So it looks like this is the kind of shoe here. And I'm sure they have many other different kind of models, but this goes to show you that Nike does make a shoe that that has this wrap around up the backside of the heel type with a thin black sole. Most of it's white. It also looks like it has a thicker white, like it has a higher. If you look up there where the balls of the feet are, and then you compare it to this Nike, so it looks like it has a taller height profile than the other shoe that we saw in court today. So that pretty much also proves it right there, folks.
This is fucking fuckery, dude. This is bullshit fuckery.
So I just don't know how, I don't know how this was not caught.
Right.
I mean, it's little details like this that completely blow up in a case. So explain it away, government.
Right. I love this guy.
I don't
this
know.
Guy
how you
just
explain
became
this
my best
away.
friend, bro.
This is so serious, folks. Am I just missing something? But I'm just going by what I saw in court today. This is video feeds that we got off of YouTube. So
the tread is different. It doesn't look different. It is different. That is a different
Susan
fucking
Jury's
shoe.
probably so confused with all the crazy.
That is a black soled shoe.
Little stuff like that, though, folks, can trip you up if you don't have your ducks in a row. And could it be possible that they realized that they lost the shoe and they can't find the exact match and they had to get something? So that's what they decided to do is just
Thank you, Decline.
said, hey, go down and get a size 11 or 12 Nike with a white stripe and a black tops and white soles. Well, the problem is, this one is not that exact. It's not a match at all.
No, it is not.
I don't know. This didn't come out.
Carl Steinbeck's got my back.
I thought this whole issue
Vinny's
with
got my back. Melanie and Bettero got my back.
something with that came out in the
I
other
don't know about
case
Melanie
with
and Bettero.
Carney about
they were talking
Jen
about
McCabe
the shoes
paying
being
and
mixed
giving
up.
this lady a couch to
in court.
harass Karen Reed and her fence team. I thought that would somehow be coming out with Jen McCabe. It never did. So this thing here, I mean, this is not something that's going on in another case. This is actually going on right now here today. And Yeah, you can email if you want to email me something. Send it to jurytrialmentor mentor@gmail.com.
Hey, Cherry, take that down. I need to contact homie here. Jot that down.
So I don't know. This is what it looks like to me, folks. Can somebody else explain? Is there more photos out there? Is there something? This trial mentor mentor@gmail.com. If you want to email me something, send it to jurytrialmentor mentor@gmail.com.
Jot that down.
This is what it looks like to me, folks. Can somebody else explain? Is there more photos out there? Is there something different? There's more pictures of shoes. I mean, how do you explain this? This is what they presented in court today. There's one on the left here, right? Is that what was they found at the scene? Look, it was dark out when the search team went out there.
Down, not jog on. Jot it down. Write it down. Take a note. I'm going to need you to memorialize that email address for me, Cherry. Snap to it. Let's go.
It looks like brand new shoes. I want to see the one. I want to go back to. Hold on. I want to go back to. I want to see if the one from trial one, the hospital shoe. Yeah, let's have a still photo of that. Let's see here.
Wait, what?
I guess it wouldn't matter if the laces were done.
Oh,
They probably
you're
undid the
asking
laces
me about,
to
I don't
see-
know. I didn't hear
to
nothing
get the
about
shoe
that. I didn't
off.
see
So that's
nothing
not going
about
to be indicative. But the fact is, the one they had today, it's pretty amazing because they have the shoelaces undone. So if he got knocked out of his shoe and he wouldn't have been wearing laces that night on a snowy night where his laces get all wet and soggy and he's real particular about taking shoes off. He's not the kind of guy I would think to have shoes off. I mean, the laces undone when it's snowing out. Margaret Friends, you're saying the waterfall, his left shoe had a white sole.
Yeah. Well, in the CF McCarthy's, not Waterfall.
Switch looks slightly thicker, but it's there. I mean, these are two different shoes. They're obviously Nike shoes, but they're two different shoes.
Right. I love this guy.
Well, you're saying obviously Insider goes through the whole thing. It's actually the same shoe she's wearing through. Okay, well, you can't
Bullshit.
convince me of that.
Aussie Insider's wrong. Aussie Insider's fucking wrong. That is not the same shoe.
So anyway, this is something that if I was a defense, I would
I want to see the metadata for every one of the pictures taken of the shoe at the scene.
Melanie Gore, you have the evidence picture of both. We'll send them to jury trial mentor. I'll take a look at it.
I want to see the metadata for every picture taken of the shoe because I think that some of the pictures taken are different, taken at a different time than the one that was shown in court that was said to be the same shoe that they pulled out of the evidence bag. I want to see the metadata because I think that's what's confusing people and saying, oh no, look, the bottom of the shoe is white because they're assuming that they're all the same shoe in those pictures. I don't think all of those shoes are the same in those pictures. All I know is that one picture that they used to say that the one shoe that was in the evidence bag, they were the same shoe. They're not the same shoe. Those cops testified saying that it was, and it wasn't. That's the photo that they showed, the one with the black sole. And the shoe that they pulled out of the bag had a white sole. Period. Point blank. That's it.
Yeah, unless you wore mixed match shoes like that. Patricia Workman, the soul's immaculate. Nowhere terror. Doesn't look like you've been out in the storm. Cole, you agree 100%. It's not the same shoe. So, yeah, unless he was wearing two different shoes, guys, this is huge.
Right. There's no way he was wearing two different shoes because they showed both the shoes. Seen evidence photos of both the shoes. Both of them had white soles.
Yeah, Lisa, that's what I'm saying. The one has a thicker sole. Yeah, so that the one looks like a running shoe that we saw there.
Right.
That's supposed
The
to
other
be
one looks like a
supposedly there at
cross-training
34
shoe.
Fairview. The other one does look like a trainer. Yes, I agree.
Right.
One that doesn't have a higher heel for cushioning
Right.
and running.
Right. One's a cross trainer and one's a running shoe.
Mike, you agree? I mean, maybe Karen's the one that bought him these shoes. Yeah, look like it came right out of the box from a Nike store, as somebody said earlier today in the chat. Yep.
I'm
Gallagher
loving this
admitted
guy,
there's no
bro.
chain of custody. What's no chain of custody? Guess what that means? You can just, somebody could come in there and freely substitute evidence one for another.
Exactly. No chain of custody for the
And-
shoe.
And that's
What is the
happens when
chain
you
of
start
custody for the shoe? Show me the
getting
chain of
sloppy
custody for
and
the
you don't
shoe.
care about chain of custody and logs and all kind of stuff. And then if somebody would want to take it upon themselves to say, hey, we look really bad. We said we got pictures of shoes. We can't find the shoe. What the heck happened to that shoe back at Canton PD or wherever they put it? If they even found one, how do we know that wasn't planted there before the CERT team got there? Because they took it off his foot because they saw it was all bloody or something. Salem, you're saying they're not even trying to make it look believable. I mean, this is just really bizarre. Sophie Girl, can the defense bring this up in closing? This is something that could stop the trial right now. The defense wants to use it. Okay, Queen Olive, you said to point out different shoes last round. People said black shoes. Okay, well, they're wrong. There's no doubt in my mind they're different shoes, okay? Yeah, it's not the same shoe, folks. If you guys want to say it's the same exact same shoe when it looks,
I love it.
It's not a picture that's got issues with lighting that makes that sole look different from the other one.
I love this guy. This guy is speaking my language right now, bro. This guy's dying on the hill with me. He's right there with me, bro. Right up on that hill. Carl Steinbeck, you're my homie.
Julie, I don't see anything. I haven't come across it yet where they challenged this in the first trial.
She retracted it though. She retracted it. Annie totally fucking left me on the hill, bro. She left me on the hill. We talked about this last night. She came into my chat. She left me on the hill, dude. She retracted it. She was like, no, after further investigation, I don't think it's the same shoe. Get the fuck out of here, Annie. Okay? But listen, Annie's my homie, no matter what. We can disagree. As a matter of fact, we disagree quite often. But she's my homie. And we got fun shit coming up. All right? Listen, me and Annie, we're going to Boston. All right? Me and Annie, we're going to Boston. We're bringing hell with us. Okay? Get ready for that shit. We're about to fucking rock Boston. Me and Annie 10 to life. Be ready. It's happening.
Mo Hippie, you think it looks new and never worn? Yeah, and it's a different shoe. Not only, I think the bigger issue, it looks like a totally different shoe. Leslie Barrett would have had water stains and salt from the Road RX. Yeah, well, if it was discussed months ago, they didn't present it in this trial yet today, did they? So it looks like something was done to clean up a problem. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Love this guy.
Yeah, Kate, I'm sure there's trolls that'll say that kind of stuff, right? Look for yourself. I mean, I've been wearing tennis shoes my whole life. So that's what this is. I ran it by my wife, same viewpoint, ran it by John, same viewpoint. This is not something that I'm not really sure that's the picture doesn't really do it the clarity that you need to really make the right call. It is a black soled tennis shoe.
There you go. No doubt that it is a black soled tennis shoe.
Yeah. So it supposedly got debunked by somebody months ago. This happened in trial today. One right after the other, they showed it. So let's go back to this and. Let's go back to this Connor Keefe. We'll just go through some of his testimony here today and see what else is going on. But
This to be marked as an exhibit.
Totally
Right,
different
any
shoe.
objections, Tina?
There it was. See how he tried to avoid?
Right, any objections, Tina?
Boom. Totally different fucking shoe. Totally different shoe. It's right there, plain as day. And it's like he avoided showing the bottom of the shoe the whole time he was up there until he put it in the bag. Yeah, well, she's wrong.
677.
I like Andrea Burkhart. Don't get me wrong. I think she's brilliant, but she's wrong about this shoe.
Sir, you mentioned there's writing on the outside of the bag.
Yes.
What type of information do you write on the bag?
Date, time, location, who's collecting it.
If defense knows, why aren't they raising it? That's my question. If they know these are two different shoes, why aren't they raising it? I don't know.
The time that you write in the bag, is that the specific time the item was found, or does that represent a different time?
It's already been admitted to evidence, as I recall. So, it's the damage has been done.
That could represent a different time.
And why would that be?
Can the defense bring
If
it
you're
up?
processing multiple things at once, you're bagging things at different
See,
times.
this Carl Steinbeck guy's an attorney, if I'm not mistaken, and I want to know if he thinks that if the defense should bring it up, and can they bring it up?
Times that when you seal the bag, that can be the time that is annotated on the bag.
Can the item be found before the time on that bag?
Yes.
Would you ever write a time later than when the item was found?
Yes.
I'd like to move now to Exhibit 75, please.
He's a retired military judge. Oh, so he's a straight up fucking few
And,
good men.
preferably
All
75A,
right.
please.
I
Do you
want
recognize
the
that
truth.
item?
Yes.
Is that one of the items you bagged that night?
Yes.
And if we could turn to 76A, please.
Son, we live in a world where we have walls.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
Is that an item that you bagged that night?
Yes.
Do you have both of those items with you?
Yes, sir.
Could you
Jag
produce those, please? Ms. Gilman, you could take that down, please. Thank you. 570.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to open the bag and show the jury.
What?
Yeah, let me show you here again for you guys are asking. All right, this is what we have, similar to what we see here in this. This is the best photo of John's left foot shoe. It's a Nike. You can see the white swoosh. You see a thicker sole on this one that's white.
Okay,
it has a
there's a
black
video coming
layer on it, and you can see the
I
cup
hope
around the
it comes through
heel.
before lunch is over. We only
Similar to
got
this
12
one
minutes.
here. This men's.
We got 12 minutes, but apparently, yes, according to Aiden, Turtle Boy tried to interview DePietro, and DePietro called the cops on Aiden. And so he says there's a video coming soon. Oh my goodness gracious. What?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Norman Corey, that is exactly, I mean, that is the most common sense point of this whole issue with that picture. How in the fuck is snow impervious to shadow? That's not a thing. So if it was a shadow, why does the snow on the bottom look white and not black? Exactly. Shadow doesn't work like that. That's not a shadow. That's cleared snow off of the curb that's next to the shoe. That's not a shadow next to the shoe. That's cleared curb. That's cleared snow off of the curb. Right. Like I said, I went over all of this very much in detail yesterday. Everything that Mr. Steinbeck is saying here, I said yesterday, and I fucking fought with people all over Twitter like 3 days ago about it, or 2 days ago about it. You could absolutely see the snow in the grooves of the design on the bottom of the sneaker. There's a circular pattern of tread. Okay? There's a circular pattern of tread. And it's shown because there's white snow stuck in the circular pattern of tread. I'd say that this shoe is brand new, if not almost brand new. The one that's in this picture. Not the shoes that John O'Keefe was wearing that night. This is not a shoe that John O'Keefe was wearing that night. I'm telling you right now, because the CF McCarthy's footage shows somebody just tagged me. And the CF McCarthy footage shows that he was wearing white soled shoes, as shown right here. Thanks to somebody who tagged me in this. Appreciate it.
The defendant retrieves it from
He's wearing, look at that. He's wearing white soled sneakers. He's wearing white soled sneakers right there. CF McCarthy's. Okay. That shoe that's in that picture is not a shoe that John O'Keefe was wearing that evening.
and places it back on the.
Let's see if they show both sneakers. Bottom of both. No, just that one.
A shot glass was picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the. A shot glass was picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the. A shot glass was picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the.
All right. Let's see real quick. I just want to double check on. I want to double check on the Aiden thing. I want to see if there's a video from John DePietro. I just refreshed. Oh, I think we got it. Yeah, here we go, folks.
Was there blood in the Bronco? Karen, was OJ framed? Was OJ framed, Karen? Was there blood in the Bronco?
DePietro's such an idiot.
What other killers are you supporting?
Wow. Nobody gives this guy any fucking respect at all. Nobody, none of his colleagues. Hold on, let's see what Aiden said here. John tried harassing Karen on her way into court by asking this ridiculous question. 30 minutes ago, I tried asking him a couple of questions on video, and soon you will see how he handled it. Yeah, I can't wait for that shit, bro. Let's see the video, Aiden. We're dying for it. All right. I want to get back to court. Have it ready. All right.
Ones who charged me and showed up at my house to have me arrested and seize all of my devices. On December 22nd, 2023, my case was moved to Superior Court as I was indicted on 9 counts of felony witness intimidation, 5 counts of picketing a witness, and 3 counts of conspiracy to commit witness intimidation. My arrest and indictment received extensive media coverage, and throughout the Karen Reed trial, they were mentioned whenever my name was brought up. This was nothing more than a way for the Commonwealth to discredit my journalism because I was too effective in exposing corruption in the state police and Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. However, no one in the media has actually sat down and analyzed the charging documents to see exactly what
this is something else.
was illegal about my behavior.
This is
If they did,
frame 2,
they
I
would see
think.
just how flimsy these charges are.
We're not going to be
and
able
how
to
the
watch this
DA's
whole thing.
office is attempting to use the unconstitutional witness intimidation statute in order to criminalize protected speech and journalism in Norfolk County. On March 5th, in Norfolk Superior Court, we will be arguing our motion to dismiss, but I wanted to make this video so you can see for yourself just how outrageous these charges really are. The Commonwealth made it seem like I was threatening to visit the home of witnesses relentlessly in a live stream. But actual video shows I was talking about returning to Canton to see a DPW worker who was giving me the runaround.
94. Turtle Boy returns to Canton. This is a video posted shortly after Karen visited homes of witnesses. This is not my last trip to Canton. I will be back. I'll be back. Get used to this. These people think, pardon me, these people think I'm fucking around. You haven't seen the last of it. Get used.
Yeah. Shut up, Mello. All right, we got about 4 minutes till court resumes. I just want to keep refreshing this because I want to see if he posts. About this video. Hey, 5 more subscribers and I hit 44K, y'all. 5 more. Just 5 more subs. That's it. It's amazing. God, and I would just put on Law and Crime, man. You know, waiting for this to start again, but they got that stupid fucking fuck around and find out idiot on there right now. And then they got this other guy, the guy that was Colin's attorney, whatever the fuck his name was. Idiot. Yeah, I am on Instagram, the Glare Official. Follow me on Instagram.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare
Tracy Cooley, thank you. It would be amazing to have the feds break into the courtroom and shut it all down while it's live. Totally, dude. That would be like
FBI, open up!
Fuck yeah, bro. That would be amazing. I would love that shit. I would love that shit. Just feds, if you're listening, wait till I'm in the courtroom. Can you do that, please? Just wait till the day I'm in the courtroom to do that. That would mean the world to me. That would be one of my most cherished moments of all time, my entire life. All right, here we go. Folks, we got it. Folks, we got it.
Why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
Why do you lie every day?
Oh,
you go in
no,
there
listen.
and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there.
No,
No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be a buffer zone. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
You don't like when
interrupting
people ask questions?
right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
But so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not.
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting, and I am. So.
No, I'm broadcasting.
Trooper.
What do you do, John? Why do you lie every day?
I'm live right now.
But why do you lie every day? You go in there and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting what's happening there. No, you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now hold on. Listen, Turtle.
How much are they
all right?
paying
Do
you
I
to
have
lie?
You're not supposed to be doing this. This is supposed to be the buffer zone.
Turtle.
You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it,
You don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions. But so you're allowed to ask questions, but I'm not.
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting, and I am. So
No, I'm broadcasting. What do you do, John? Why?
To move along instead of interrupting. So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So with your glasses. So why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
The words of a domestic
I've asked you
terrorist.
4 times, and you can look it up. You're not
Wow.
supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. And try
A domestic terrorist.
He is coming over and interrupting the broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing the broadcast. So could you ask him to move along? What is the point?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can
Well-
wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I mean, I'm trying to start it. Well, I'm not the one that got the police. I definitely don't want to make a big deal. Yeah. Well, okay, John. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going. But I mean, what the heck, John? Just ask you a question. Because he asked Karen Reed the other day on the way into court. He asked her about OJ. Remember you asked her about OJ? You go, was OJ framed? So he can ask questions to Karen Reed, but I can't ask questions to him?
I know that you understand that.
Well, what law says that I can't ask a journalist? I can't ask a journalist. Okay, John, if you say so.
Wow. Wow, John DePietro. Wow, John DePietro, you suck. You're a loser. You're a loser, guy. All right, we should be back now. Nope, still not back. Just got this idiot talking. I don't know if he's an idiot or not. Just talking shit. All right, here we go. Fucking Turtle Boy, dude. He just got all up on it. It was so funny, man. Like I was just streaming DePietro's bullshit live. And like if I had just kept going, I would have caught his feed of Turtle Boy's interruption. If I would have just kept going, if I wouldn't have got bored with his bullshit, I would have caught Turtle Boy going, hey. How much are they paying you to fucking lie, you douchebag? Trooper! 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 Oh my God. One more subscriber and I hit 44K, y'all. One more. So funny, dude. I can't believe that dude was like, Trooper! Trooper! Dude, DePietro, you're such a fucking tool, man. Jesus. Unreal. That was the funniest shit I've ever seen, dude. That guy is just fucking talking out of his ass. What other killers do you support, Karen? What other killers do you support, Karen? OJ, do you think OJ was framed, Karen? Oh, shit. Here it is. I'm at 44K, y'all. Amazing. Thank you guys for helping me out with that. That's amazing. I appreciate you guys. Fuck yeah, bro. Philip Afonso was 44K. All right. Philip Afonso. Yeah, man. Let's see if we can get me to 50, bro. 50 by the end of this trial. That's the goal. Just for shits and gigs. All right? Trying to hit 50K by the end of this trial. I hear movement. $50K. You were my 11th subscriber? Wow. That's wild, huh? It's crazy. Been a long time. Yeah, man, it's crazy that I still have people that have like been with me since like I started. Oh, I think we got time for one more super.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat. Super fan. Super chat. Super fan. I think we got a super chat.
How
care. KT Cat Tracker, thank you so much. Woohoo! 44K, you go with your bad self. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Trooper! Trooper! Oh my gosh, bro. I can't believe there's people out there that take the Petro seriously, dude. Sitting there fucking talking about summer camps for kids and shit outside of a courthouse in a murder trial. Like, what are you doing, guy? What are you talking about? The fuck are you doing? Make sure to take your kids there. Make sure to take your kids there. I'm Turtle Boy. What are you doing, Turtle? Turtle, you can't do that. Trooper! Trooper! Take your kids to the camp. Trooper! Super weird. Very bizarre. That was a bizarre whole situation that was happening there. Man. Alex Jones ain't doing shit. Y'all crazy. Alex Jones. He's exposing.
Children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only like 11 people alive of the 200-something crew, and the entire ship was rotting down to the waterline. That's destiny. That's will. That's striving. That's being a trailblazer and explorer. Going into space. Mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe. It's all there. Life is fiery with its beauty. It's incredible detail. Tuning into it. They want to shut your mind. Talking about Justin Bieber. It's pure evil. They're taking your intellect, your soul, and giving you Michael Jordan and Bieber. Unlock your human potential. Defeat the globalists who want to shatter your mind. Your doorways to perception. I want to see you truly live. I want to see you truly be who you are.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 1054, please?
Here we see the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced the evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this to evidence. objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment,
yeah, bro, here we
would you
go.
agree with me that
AJ,
he
let's
had
go,
a
AJ.
leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in
Jackson's
charge,
gonna
lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Proctor home in this cross.
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing
He's
the
going to
investigation
nail
doesn't
Proctor
mean just,
to this cross, so
typing
to
up
speak.
schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Right.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses
Sound
in the
like
case.
11.
Sometimes the defendants or suspects provides statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather, that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question.
When you
but
hear this
that's
testimony,
the most
it shows that he's
accurate,
not incompetent. It
explanation.
shows
Okay.
that he's
You done?
dirty.
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly
I love
supervise,
it.
and I'm talking about your role now.
I
as a
love what
supervisor,
Jackson's
if you
doing
don't
here.
properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Is that right? That's why you
Yes,
supervise.
that is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general.
Nice.
Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
The fact that
I'm
he
not
just
gonna
said that
agree
out
with you.
loud and now
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself
Proctor
from
being in on it?
naming Michael
No
Proctor
way.
as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer.
Get
We're
him, Jay.
simply
Get him, AJ.
case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right?
Right.
It's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one.
He was
who
a lead
assigned
detective.
by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Oops.
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer.
It's not that hard,
for this
bro.
case. Correct?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then.
What do you mean?
Because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Are you fucking shitting me with these semantics, bro?
He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to
He
come in.
was assigned the
would
case,
be
right?
assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's
That
on
would
the
be
schedule.
Proctor, wouldn't it?
Whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Jesus, dude. You fucking shitting me right now with this? Come on, man. Quit playing games. Quit fucking
Let me
around.
just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor his involvement in this case taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
This is a great question.
No.
What?
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Nice. Get him, AJ. Get him, AJ.
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Oh, shit.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant.
This guy's
than
credibility
others.
is now
A
fucked.
major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
This guy's
So you
credibility
believe, as
is
you sit here
fucked.
today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something?
What?
That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
That's the way you understand it. Okay. You were there, asshole. What are you talking about?
You're aware of the search
took
warrants that were
most of the statement. What are you talking about?
drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants.
Yes,
in this
all
case,
with
correct?
Michael Proctor's name on them. All of them.
Am I aware of affidavits drafted in
Search
support-
warrants and affidavits.
in support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab?
This is
things
just
of that nature?
foundation too.
I am
folks.
aware of the evidence.
Like he hasn't
involved in
even
this
started
case,
to
yes.
fuck this guy up.
May I approach the witness? Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission,
Yes.
can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
They're so
Search warrant ending
thoughtful.
in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
And whose name is on it? Proctor's.
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly
Oh,
what it's
shut
for,
the
but
fuck up,
there is an
dude.
overlay of print. I can
Shut
read what
the
is presented to me.
fuck up.
If that's what you want me to do, I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Get
Let's just look
the
at the
fuck
the
out of here
affidavit.
with that
Can you tell me who the affiant is?
bullshit.
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well, they
Again,
go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which
The ditto
document you want me
machine.
to.
The document in total.
The
In other
ditto
words, it's not a
machine
search warrant dealing with a different
made
case.
it
It's
look
dealing with
odd to
Ms. Reed's
read.
case. Correct?
Too much ink.
Again,
When
I cannot
cranked
say
it.
from the search warrant
When I cranked
because of the quality
the
of
ditto
it.
machine.
The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't.
You didn't
testify
read
to
the
that.
whole thing.
So
You
this
were
could
an
be a search warrant that you
investigator in the
never even
case.
saw?
What?
Based on what you're presenting to me,
You
having
never saw the
seen-
search warrant.
or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're
Unreal.
not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge
Wow.
as you sit here?
Get him, AJ.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's
Think that might
product.
be,
What?
think that might be a forgery?
What?
His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court
Wow,
with the
dude.
stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's
Wow,
what it appears to be.
dude.
What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at
What?
your word.
Not
based on
asking
what
you to take me at my
Oh
word, sir.
my
I'm not testifying.
God,
I'm asking you to
dude,
take the
what?
document at its word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Wow. You don't recognize the search warrant issued in the case that you were one of
Does that
the
appear to
lead
be a search
detectives
warrant
in.
ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5?
No shit.
Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that
AJ
police
just
report
wants
for a
the
search
jury to
warrant,
hear this asshole say
ending in
Proctor's
10
name over and over
for
again.
a telematic
And it's
system
beautiful.
regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
I can't wait till the defense calls Proctor up on that stand, dude. I can't fucking wait for it.
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9.
Bro.
Do you see a report by you?
And this is all foundation.
I do.
Indicating early spring 2022. There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
Like all that Jackson's
The
doing
case
at
officer,
this
Trooper
point
Proctor.
And you
is
went and actually, in this case,
discrediting
instance,
him.
You actually
Then
went
he's going to
and
start
got
asking him the real questions.
video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
Okay,
I'm sure you
dude.
are. As the case officer,
I'm sure you are.
he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him.
Yes, yes.
Even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you don't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Jackson said, I'm sure you are. Right. Yeah, of course.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
This is the best cross yet.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
I did. Yeah, it's me.
You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
Somebody in Annie's chat commented that Yuri is urinating his pants right now. Look at this guy acting like right, we the people, thank you.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a
Jackson's
November
like,
2023 report?
dude, I'll camp here, bro. We'll do this
Yes,
shit
it's
for a
report
week.
number 83.
I don't
And
give a
who
fuck.
authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself. Correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13.
Be careful. Don't lose the jury, Jackson. Don't bore them.
This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about it. Right?
I mean, come on,
we
dude.
did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more
You didn't
that
talk
Michael
about
Proctor
witness
on a day-to-day
interviews.
basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed.
By Michael
So
Proctor.
he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing.
He was the lead investigator, you
tasks.
fuck.
But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning.
He was
All
the
these
lead
items that we just talked about,
investigator,
correct?
dude.
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As
if
a matter
not,
of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look
He
at
was
Nicholas
the
Garino's report to reference the
HCIC.
search warrant that Nicholas Garino
The head
referenced in his
cunt
report,
in
and Michael
charge.
Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't
I'm
read
surprised
them,
Ben
so I
let
can't.
that go.
I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
Woo!
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the
We got another hour of
evidence
this
that was
shit,
being
y'all.
collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, This will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
By the name of Kevin Albert.
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved
that
in
was
the
slick.
interview portion of the investigation.
That was
And that's
slick.
in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert. And Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
And was buddies with Proctor.
That was my understanding why they chose
And
to
got
take those
suspended
steps.
for leaving his gun in Proctor's car.
Your first documented action in this case
And
was
badge.
to call the
Drunk
medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, now if I remember correctly, Kevin Albert got drunk with Michael Proctor on the job in Michael Proctor's vehicle and left his gun and badge in Michael Proctor's vehicle, and then Michael Proctor left Kevin Albert's gun and badge in his mailbox the next day. So like, yeah. There's your conflict of interest right there. I mean, it's just so funny that they're trying to act like this is just like, shit happens. Like, no, dude, there is way too much wrong with this investigation. And like, that's just for starters. The fact that this happened on Brian Albert's lawn and all this shit seems to be avoiding Brian Albert's house and everybody at that house. Like, dude, stop it. This guy straight up sat there and said that this investigation was conducted with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor. He said that shit under oath on the stand. He said that shit.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, AJ's already sick of this guy's bullshit. Answer yes or no. I don't want to be here for a week.
Yeah,
I'll
just
be
let
here
go.
for a week if I have to, but I don't want to be.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
at least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have
No,
to
it's
answer
not.
it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment,
Yeah,
to
describe to
determine
the jury
whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you
Did
just
you ask
described?
any questions? Did you
interviewed,
look around
the
the house? Did you
homeowner
search the house? Did you get a
and
warrant for
two
the house?
witnesses
No.
that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who's coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime scene services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. I'm
sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Oops. Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. if there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Of course.
Other than Miss Reed. And before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
I don't know exactly.
So who
what
did
time
you
we
interview before
began
her?
The conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people,
Yes, we did.
three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed three civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and two witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or
Thank you,
shortly
Sonny's mom.
been
Welcome.
with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other two,
Before he was last seen alive.
one of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and two of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same two individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people
Dropped off on the lawn.
were either named
Dropped off on the lawn.
Those are the three people
Dropped
you had.
off on the lawn.
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but
No, of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer Cave at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
Interesting.
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal? For you to conduct
Absolutely
a
not.
formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Barbecue this asshole already, AJ. Let's go.
I want to shift gears for a second,
There you go.
Sergeant
Shift
Buchanan,
gears,
and ask
my
you
man.
about some of the physical evidence in the case.
Yeah, let's get to the shoe.
You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, we approach very briefly.
Bro. I wonder what the fuck is going on here. Watching from Puerto Rico. Yo, fellas, Boricua in the house. Yo, fellas, Boricua, Boricua, Boricua. Bro, Sneakergate in full effect, y'all. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be in full. I don't even know if they're going to bring it up. Like, it's not going to be brought up today. I'll tell you that right now. I agree 100%. Izzy bleeding 1%ers. Buchanan stonewalling on every question only proves how dirty he is. I agree. Why wouldn't he just be forthcoming? If you're an honest cop, why wouldn't you just be forthcoming? Yes, no, yes, no. Especially if you're throwing Proctor under the bus.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
Dude, if they're talking about this, they gotta talk about the shoe.
So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
Oh, they are. I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Oh shit, a notepad binder. That's interesting.
Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Sam, Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir.
Dude, I'm gonna barbecue some hot dogs when I'm done with this shit. Fuck the world.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
Nope.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
You mean
Anyone
the panties
that, had
that your
access to
mother
the
laid
office
out
with
for
a
you?
proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
I'll do these here.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, the back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drawing on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right.
A
Speculation
hypothetical.
about what could have happened.
Right.
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be knowing the protocols at the
Well, if you didn't bag it,
MSP
then
and in your
Proctor bagged
unit
it, right?
Would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
How do you like your
I
eggs?
do not know who bagged it.
Exactly. That would be Proctor.
So for 6 days,
The fact
anybody
that
who
you're
had access to
avoiding
that
that
room
answer tells us everything we need
could
to
have
know.
handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Which was established in the first trial. No chain of custody. I mean, this was the first thing that I noticed
Do you have
when
any
I was
kind of
looking into this
log
case myself. When I first started looking
to
at documents,
document what was
statements,
happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that
when I started
6-day
looking at
period
reports,
before
I was like, where is the chain of
that
custody?
any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before that.
I have never seen a log like that. No.
Wow.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody.
This is
for those
going
items
exactly as Alan
between
Jackson wants it to.
January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30, 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was.
I can't with this guy, bro. He's so full of shit.
Those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
Somebody did.
I can't. There's
don't
over
know.
100 reports. I'd have to take a look.
I don't know. I was a
which
supervisor.
report
I don't
documents
even know.
my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And
okay, so where
by the
are
way,
those?
We're going to get to that in a second.
Where are
the
those logs?
bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why
He's
it happened,
lying.
who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that Sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Enter Berkowitz.
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends.
Sustained, yes.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day?
Yeah, they left that part out in direct, didn't they?
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
They left that part out in direct.
Yes. He indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
They completely left Berkey's name out of
indicated
the
to
entire
you
direct
that he was driving
line of
by
questioning.
and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Okay. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
Right.
No.
This is great.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department
had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it,
Conflict of
perceived
interest.
or possible perception of a conflict of interest.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, Sergeant, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself.
Right.
Because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight.
Are you
piece.
new
I mean,
here?
I don't,
Fucking am a motherfucking lawyer. God damn it.
We all get the comment. I'm trying to get you a
Pack a jack.
3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Oops.
I'm sorry?
I object.
I am jacked. I object, Your Honor. Trooper! Trooper!
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew I needed more manpower. And
you were supervising it.
And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end at this?
we can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions.
Jackson's on fire, y'all.
Discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Parents, close your notebook. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Counsel about scheduling. People, that shit was amazing. Listen, I'm not even trying to lie. I'm really glad today's over. I'm really exhausted. I'm tired. I don't know why. Today took a lot out of me, man. I'm ready to grill some hot dogs, cuddle with the pets, cuddle with my fur babies, find a movie to watch, and just chill out. Yeah, Aiden's gonna be on Uncivil Law tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. So make sure to check that out. Kurt's going to have him on. That's going to be interesting, though. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm interested to see how that's going to come out. Let's see. Are they going to talk about the scheduling or what?
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Bukaki, my guy, just answer the questions. It'll go easy for you. You making yourself unlikable and untrustworthy to the jury, right? And that's amazing, like, because it's interesting to keep the camera on the O'Keefes here. You got Paul O'Keefe out here on a timeout. You got Peggy O'Keefe. I don't see a whole lot of tears right now. This looks more like anger because, I mean, Bukaki looks like a dirty fucking cop in front of that jury. Let's just face it. He doesn't look like a bad, stupid cop. He looks like a stupid guy who is too stupid to be an effective dirty cop, is what he looks like to the jury right now. Like, just generally stupid, but he only looks stupid because he couldn't pull off being a dirty cop properly. So that's where we're at right now. Yeah, I'm just trying to see, like, if there's any update in now in the scheduling. Oh shit, it's about to rain here. Oh my gosh. Which house? I feel like this is it. You guys are like, stop. Come on, man, with that shit. I love it. So much fun. I love covering this case with you guys. I absolutely love it. I mean, I'm just gonna stay on until the feed finishes because I don't even know what the fuck's going on right now. Yeah, I know, Christy Downing. This shit's annoying as fuck. Like, I'm trying to fucking go chill, dog. Like, I'm over this shit today. I'm not even trying to lie. Like, the amount of lies that I heard today, bro, like, drained the fuck out of me. Oh, fuck. There's another missing kid case out of Nova Scotia, Canada. Shit. I fucking hate hearing about that stuff, man. Like, and it's just like, especially when the trauma community gets a hold of that shit, man, like, it just ruins the chances of that kid being found, I think. I think it just does that every time. Like, I can't stand that fucking community. And we got a new pope, an American-born pope.
Cardinal Robert Francis Provost was officially elected the 267th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church, taking the name Pope Leo the 14th. Well, I think that's it, folks. All right. Yeah. Well, I don't really give a shit if there's anything else at this point, because I am going to wrap this up because I am tired. And I'm really grateful to you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys so much. Just please make sure smash the like on your way out. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. And you guys are amazing because you guys got me up to 44,000 subscribers today, and I am blown away by that. You guys are just too awesome. $44,000 subs. It's wild. Yeah, man, you guys are amazing, man. Seriously. Thanks for spending the whole day with me like you have been. And I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be here with you guys. I hope to see you then. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. Oh, and thank you, Annie Elise, for sending people over here just as I'm about to end it. No, I'm just kidding. She was live too. And yeah, make sure to subscribe to Annie Elise 10 to Life. She and I are going to be doing some great stuff in this case moving forward. So it's going to be really fun. We've got a couple of things cooking up. But for sure, we are going to be in Boston together. And like I said, Annie and I are coming to Boston and we're bringing hell with us. So we're going to rock the fuck out of Boston, folks. I am really looking forward to that, and some fun stuff to take place in between. We've got some other stuff cooking up, and I'm really excited about that and looking forward to that. But anyways, guys, I am going to wrap this up. I'm sorry if you guys are coming over here from Annie's channel. I'm grateful to you guys for being here, but I've been live over 7 hours myself, and I'm really tired, and I'm just going to end this. But you guys are absolutely awesome. Seriously, I'm really grateful to you guys. Thank you guys for all the support. And guys, bright and early tomorrow. Bright and early tomorrow, my friends. I love you guys very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends.